Thank you so much, the principal of College of Informatics and Virtual Education, for welcoming remarks. I would ask you to please welcome the Vice Chancellor of UDOM, the representative of the Vice Chancellor of UDOM, who is Dr. Stephen Kibusi.
Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kwenye akademia tuko kama porini. Sasa wewe ni daktari na mimi ni profesa, kwa hiyo ndo maana. Lakini sasa hivi hapa anamwakilisha mkuu wa chuo ambaye yuko likizo. Kwa hiyo Dr. Kibusi, karibu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Msele, the principal, College of SAIV. As you already mentioned, I'm here on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Faustin Bear, who is engaged in other commitments which are also equally important. And so I was sent here, to represent. I believe my presence here will mark and command the same level of commitment from the university. And I've been provided a very nice speech, which I'm going to read on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. Without further ado, let me read this speech. Guest of honor, representative of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, Vice Chancellor, the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, representative of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Consultants, University of Dodoma, Director of Research, Publications and Consultants, University of Dodoma. I believe there is a representative as well. Principal, College of Informatics and Virtual Education. Heads of department, project team members, representatives from ministries, departments, agencies, and local government authorities, stakeholders from different development partners and civil societies who managed to attend this event, representative from the media, ICT stakeholders, UDOM staff and students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank our Almighty God for His grace upon us and for bringing us here this morning. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Second, in a special way, I would like to congratulate the Artificial Intelligence for Development, Africa's Anglophone Multidisciplinary Research Team, for winning this project. The university recognizes the effort that you took in the process of competing for this prestigious funding, and being a community of scholars, we know what it takes to win a grant. From the process when you start, developing the concepts and writing a full proposal and going through the process of negotiations until today we are here celebrating this achievement. So on behalf of the university, I would like to congratulate you once again for this great achievement. Third, let me take this opportunity to welcome our invited guests to this 2 days event. And I'm told that the aim of this event is to engage each one of you in co-identifying user cases for artificial intelligence for development. And I'm told that the use of artificial intelligence is going to kind of be applied across almost all of the priority sectors for Tanzania's pursuit for development. So there is issues, we'll be addressing aspects of environmental conservation, agriculture, digital economy, healthcare and infrastructure, and the issues around the data ecosystem. So this 2-day event will also be used to communicate the project to different stakeholders as been introduced, and also to define project requirements and explore challenges that the academia private sector in Africa face in aspect of innovating in responsible artificial intelligence. I'm also happy to just assure you that this project is very much in line with the vision of the University of Dodoma. The University of Dodoma aspires to become a center of excellence that offers value-added education, research, and public service. And this also is in line with the primary goal of this institution, whereby we aim to increase the contribution of higher learning education in Tanzania's attainment of economic growth, reduction of poverty, and improved social well-being of Tanzanians through increased access to higher education, technological innovations, and the generation and application of knowledge. So when I look at this project, I think we are making maybe the most bold step towards realizing the goals of this institution. Guest of honor, artificial intelligence and machine learning can significantly impact the global South by transforming public service delivery in strategic developmental sectors, like what I mentioned, healthcare, infrastructure, and data ecosystems, digital economy, and environmental conservation, as well as agriculture. And additionally, artificial intelligence can provide the means for small and medium-scale industries and businesses to thrive. Despite this enormous promises that artificial intelligence offers, Tanzania, like many other developing countries, faces various pervasive challenges that hamper the nation from realizing the benefits of artificial intelligence. And these challenges range from the shortage of human resource capacity, poor infrastructure, lack of African origin data. I think they mentioned something like that. And the poor inclusion of gender and the marginalized group in artificial intelligence research. So invited guests of honor to overcome these challenges, the consortium of this project, which includes the University of Dodoma, the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, submitted a proposal to establish a gender inclusive and a multidisciplinary Tanzania AI4D, that means artificial intelligence for development laboratory that fosters research, human capacity development, innovation, and internationalization. In addition, the lab will aim at bringing together academia, industries, and public institutions in Tanzania to develop research-based artificial intelligence innovations that contribute to evidence-based and gender-sensitive policies. And in conclusion, Mr. Guest of Honor, let me wind up with my speech by saying that this project will contribute in the realization of the 6th government activities or policies under the leadership of Excellence Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. The government of Tanzania understands the importance of investing in the ICT industry as a strategy towards a realization of country digital economy. The need for artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies has been emphasized in the CCM manifesto of 2020. And if I could quote in page 154, the manifesto outlines that aims at strengthening the ICT research, innovation, and the development center, including capacity building and increasing the use of new digital technologies and artificial intelligence. Yaani, kuimarisha kituo cha utafiti, ubunifu na uendelezaji wa tehama, ikiwemo kujenga uwezo na kuongeza matumizi ya teknolojia mpya za kidijitali na artificial intelligence. So the project is within the line, in line with the ruling party manifesto, in line with the vision, development plans of the country, and also in line with the vision and goals of the University of Dodoma. So with these few words, I would like to once again congratulate the team and also wish them all the best in implementing this important project. And the commitment of the university is to provide a conducive environment where implementation of this project will be successful. Thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, I have been reminded that I have to do one task, and this is to invite the Vice Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela University, Professor. Karibu.
And apologies to the high table. We would request you to move to the front chairs there so that we can all see the presentation from the professor, and then come back after that.
The Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mohamed Abdullah, who is also serving as the guest of honor today. The presentations of the UDOM management, the Principal School of Informatics, group of researchers from UDOM, who are led by Dr. Ali Yamawe, who is also the PI for this project, and a group of researchers from Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, who are led by Professor Shubi, who is there, a co-PI of this project, invited stakeholders from across all the profile of the private and public sectors, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, as I've been introduced before, my name is Professor Emmanuel Iruoga. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. And my work today here is to introduce our institution, our university, and why we thought that it will be, a conducive partner when it comes to this project, which is very, very big. So I'll show some slides which will introduce our university and how have we arranged ourselves to fit in this project. Yeah. Okay. Nelson Mandela did not occur as a default. It was by design. It's a young university. Last year we celebrated 10 years of our existence as a university. But how did it come to existence? The whole idea started with the late Nelson Mandela, who is the first African president in South Africa. He came up with a very, very big challenge that in Africa, we have a broad resource base, natural resource base, but unfortunately, it has not been exploited for the development of the people because of lack of critical mass of scientists who will assist to do that task. So President Mandela, in one of the meetings while he was serving as a member of African Union, he posed the challenge. He posed the challenge to the AU meeting that why don't we start a network of institutions across the continent which will address this challenge. And sorry, can you go back to the same slide, please? Yeah. And in the same meeting, there was the president of the World Bank, James Wafason, that's number 2, top right. He took very, very seriously this proposal from Nelson Mandela. And bottom left and the bottom right is how the implementation was done, to the point that President Mkapa was very, very positive to this idea. And he committed resources in land in Arusha to start these institutions. So this is how Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology idea and implementation of this idea began. Yeah. Please. Next. Yeah, so actually Nelson Mandela is a full-fledged university under the University Act of 2005. But we prefer calling ourselves institution because this is the term which the late Madiba used. So that we needed to have a network of institutions dealing with science and technology. So it became operational in October 2011, and we are based in Arusha. Next. This is the catchment which we are dealing with. As I said before, you know, they are supposed to have a series of this kind of institutions across the continent. So far, there are 3 institutions. One is ours in Arusha. The next one is in Nigeria, in Abuja, African University of Science and Technology. The third one is in Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou. And the fourth one was supposed to be established in South Africa or in Zimbabwe to serve the southern region of the continent. But unfortunately, it has never picked up. So ours is actually to save Eastern African coverage. This is our catchment area. So we are basically saving this region and even our our students and most of our researches are confined, concentrated rather, in this region of Eastern Africa. So, and the other region in West Africa under ECOWAS is being represented in Nigeria and Burkina Faso, as I mentioned before. Yeah, next. Yeah, Tanzania government, after President Mkapa took over, and during the transition between Mkapa when President Kikwete came in, he committed a lot of money to establish this institution. And the investment so far is about $60 million to transform that premise into a full-fledged University of Science and Technology. Next. Yeah, this is the vision and mission. Yeah, maybe I start with the vision first. This has got the common wording of the vision. World-class institution dedicated to pursuit and promotion excellence in SETI. SETI stands for Science, Engineering, Technology, and Innovations. And their applications for economic growth and sustainable development. Our motto is academia for science. I mean, academia for industry and in society. And that's our mission. It's a bit long. We are trying to see how we can shorten it. But the issue is we want to promote research innovations and public services in SETI. We also leverage on entrepreneurship for enhancement and value addition of the people, not only people, and also natural resources. And with a view to stimulate, catalyze, and promote economic growth and sustainable development of not only Tanzania, but also south of the Sahara region in Africa. So our mission. Yeah, our almost all what we do, the organization of our university hinges across the Millennium Sustainable Goals. So about 70% of our goals are being implemented through our schools. Next. Yeah, and we have 5 key features which, after having heard about this project, they fit very, very well. You know, most universities are almost dealing with the teaching, learning, and research and outreach. But in Nelson Mandela, we have 5 pillars. We also put a lot of emphasis in innovations and industrialization. And when you talk about innovation and industrialization, of course, that's where artificial intelligence comes in. We have 4 schools. The first school is the life sciences, dealing with all issues of aquatic and terrestrial life sciences. Next. This is the second school, and this is where this project is harbored. And actually all the members of this project from Nelson Mandela are coming from this school. And even the core PI is the dean of this school. Yeah, next. The other school is material, energy, water, and environmental sciences. I'm being told that the time is not on our side, so I will rush up. The other one is business studies and humanities. This one is the soft part of science, and I shall show later why we thought we need this school. Next. Yeah, apart from schools, we have a number of centers of excellence in our university. And of this, bullet number 2 and the last bullet there, these are centers of excellence which are dealing with the ICT. So they are also dealing, broadly with the issues of ICT and digital related projects. Next. Yeah, I told before about the School of Bush. They actually is there to assist in disseminating, it's like a dissemination wing of the university for realizing the socioeconomic development. So we have 3 schools of Coxe, Lisbe, Mewes. All these are like centers of knowledge for science, technology, and innovations. And this one, under the facilitation of Bush, is our outreach wing. We reach the community and the industry. Next. Yeah, so this is how we are positioned to receive this project. And maybe before I finish, let me also take this opportunity to congratulate the researchers from both 2 universities, UDOM and Nelson Mandela, to come up with this strong idea. We are now preaching the 4th industrial revolution, but so far it's like lip service. Nothing has been done really deeply to implement this policy. Yeah, so we think the realization of this lab is one of very, very, important stage in realizing 4th industrial revolution. Thank you very much for listening.
I would like to take this opportunity once again to request the representative of the UDOM VC, Dr. Kibusi, to welcome the guest of honor. And I would also request the high table to go back to their seats. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning once again. I've been tasked now to officially welcome the guest of honor in order to speak with us. And I think he will also officiate this occasion. Mr. Guest of Honor, karibu sana.
Habari ya asubuhi. Representative of the Vice Chancellor, University of Dodoma, the Vice Chancellor, the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, Director of Research, Publication and Consultants, University of Dodoma, Principal College of Informatics and Virtual Education, heads of departments, project team members, ICT stakeholders, representatives from ministries, departments, agencies, and local government authorities here present, stakeholders from development partner and civil societies, the media, University of Dodoma staff and students available here, ladies and gentlemen. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mbona bado hamjamko asubuhi yote? Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. At least hii kazi kweli itaendelea. Kweli kabisa. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for his grace upon us and for bringing us here this morning. And second, let me also take this opportunity to thank the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, for believing me and appointed me as the Deputy Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Information Technology, a ministry with a vision of enabling the provision of cost-effective information technology, telecommunication, and postal services through innovative environment to transform Tanzania into digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology for their commitment in supporting the ICT industry in Tanzania through their day-to-day responsibilities in academic research and consultancy. In a special way, I would like also to congratulate the Artificial Intelligence for Development Africa's Anglophone Multidisciplinary Research Team for winning this project. I've been informed that it was a tough process. Hongereni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Tanzania, the host of two winning universities, the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, I would like to send our sincere appreciation to the founders of this project, Artificial Intelligence for Development Africa, IDRC, and SIDA, for supporting the project. The government of Tanzania will provide all necessary support towards successful implementation of the project, and we are ready to host various stakeholders that will be working to the research lab from all Anglophone Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed that the general objective of this project is to strengthen capacity of the public university in Africa to conduct high quality, multidisciplinary responsibility artificial intelligence and teaching by establishing a multidisciplinary and gender inclusive Africa Artificial Intelligence for Development Research Lab. And the team has developed 3 sub-objectives that will further guide the implementation of the project, which are to strengthen the research and teaching capacity in responsible artificial intelligence across Anglophone African through mentorship, community building, and equitable distribution of high quality teaching and training materials, to increase the understanding of how to advance responsible, multidisciplinary, and gender inclusive African artificial intelligence through methodologies and training capacity for new and experienced researchers through mentoring and exploratory research. And last is to explore how to support artificial intelligence deployment and commercialization from academia to the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also assure you that the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Information Technology will collaborate with the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology to address all the challenges that may hamper the successful implementation of this project. To iterate to the University of Dodoma, the representative of the Vice Chancellor said, the FIX government under the leadership of Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan understand the importance of investment in ICT industry as a strategy towards realization of country digital economy. The need for artificial intelligence and other emerging technology has been emphasized in the CCA Manifesto of 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I congratulate the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology for contributing to our dream of digitizing Tanzania and for hosting of state-of-the-art artificial intelligence for development research lab for the entire Anglo-African. And having said that, I'm now ready to officially declaring that, is there anything to press or just pronounce it? Just pronounce it, okay, thank you. I'm now officially declaring that Artificial Intelligence for Development Africa's Anglophone Multidisciplinary Research Lab project is officially launched. Mungu ibariki Afrika, Mungu ibariki Tanzania, Mungu kibariki Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma, Mungu kibariki Chuo Kikuu cha Nelson Mandela Arusha. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Thank you so much, the guest of honor, for opening our event. And after such an opening remark, what will follow, we will go for breakfast. And before that, we will have to take a group photo. And we are going to have 2 groups that will take photos with the high table. And the first group will be the project members to take the photo with the high table. So please, welcome. So I think we are done with the first group. The next group is all the invited guests with the high table. Thank you so much. Before we take breakfast, there's a request to the guest of honor to have a little interview with media people and talk about what has been happening since morning. Thank you so much. Sorry, okay. So the rest of the guests can also go for breakfast. I welcome the rest of the guests for breakfast.
kwanza ulichokisema.
Asante sana. Kwanza mimi kwa jina naitwa Mohamed Hamis Abdullah, ni naibu katibu mkuu Wizara ya Mawasiliano, Habari na Teknolojia ya Habari. Tulichokizindua leo hapa ni mradi wa project tunaitwa Artificial Intelligence. Artificial Intelligence ni teknolojia ambayo mpya imeanza hivi kwenye ulimwengu. Ni teknolojia ambayo iwezeshi itarahisisha mambo mengi hapa nchini kwetu. Artificial Intelligence ni teknolojia ambayo is more of kwa mfano sisi wengi tunapoangalia dunia za siku hizi, wenzetu wameshaenda mbele zaidi. Sometimes unakuta watu tuna robots, tuna vitu kama vile mfano watu wanapokwenda makazini, sometimes unakuta kazini robot inajibu, tunapopanda lifti, sometimes tunapopanda hizi treni za mwendo kasi, pia kuna teknolojia ina hiyo. Pia sometimes pia tumeenda mbali kwenye mambo ya agriculture. Wengine sometimes agriculture haendi mtu physical. Unakuta una robot inafanya kazi hiyo. Sometimes pia hata ofisini. Sasa ni teknoloji ambayo ndio inakuwa sasa hivi, wanaita fourth generation kwenye ulimwengu wa sasa. Na kwa sisi hapa Tanzania nahisi ni watu wa pili, ni labu ya pili ambayo itaanzishwa hapa. Ni labu ambayo sasa hivi wapo kwenye proposal kwa ajili ya kufanya research ya namna ya sisi tutaweza kuitumia teknolojia mpya. Sasa ni taasisi mbili ambazo zimeingia kwenye mradi, ni chuo kikuu cha University of Dodoma pamoja na Nelson Mandela Institution of Science and Technology. Ilikuwa ni process kubwa sana ya kutafuta hela kupata huo mradi. Kwa hiyo ni kuwapa hongera sana hivyo viwili kwa kutuletea kwamba ni teknolojia mpya kwenye nchi yetu ya Tanzania.
Mara nyingine watu tunaambia chuo kikuu cha Dodoma sasa wanakuwa ni sehemu ya mradi ya uanzishwaji wa huduma hizo ambazo zitakuwa za artificial intelligence.
Ni sahihi, chuo kikuu cha Dodoma hapa pamoja kitafanya kazi na chuo kikuu cha Nelson Mandela, itaanza huo mradi wa kuanzisha lab kubwa ya Afrika. Sasa ANGLOPHONE Africa, ambao watu wengi Afrika kwa nyanda hii ya juu ni labu ya kwanza itakuwa ambayo itafanyika hapa Tanzania.
Wao ndio serikalini tunaenda kuanzisha vitu ambavyo vitaminya sasa upatikanaji wa ajira. Kwa upande hii tunazungumzia
haimaanishi kuwa na teknolojia mpya kwamba hakutakuwa na human intervention. Human intervention lazima ipo pale tu, kwa sababu robot ni kitu ambacho kinakuwa program na binadamu na hakitaweza kufanya kila jambo. Of course sio haimaanishi kwamba zile ajira zitapungua, ajira zitakuwa pale, lakini na pia kuna sehemu nyingine lazima tutahitaji robot ifanye kazi, kwa sababu binadamu hawezi kufanya kila kitu kwa wakati mmoja.
Na ni maeneo gani ambayo sasa yataenda kuguswa na teknolojia hii?
Kuna maeneo mengi ya hapa nchini kwetu, mfano kwenye mambo ya agriculture, kilimo, tunaweza kutumia roboti. Na ukiangalia sasa hivi nchi yetu inaenda kwenye ulimwengu wa digitalization, na serikali ya awamu ya 6 imeweka mkwazo mkubwa sana kwenye eneo hilo. Kwa hiyo kuwa na teknolojia hii mpya itasaidia kwenye transformation ya nchi yetu kwenye eneo hilo.
Asante.
Ndio. Ndio. Kama serikali na kama wizara mama kwenye mambo ya mawasiliano na teknolojia, tupo kwenye mkakati kufanya feasibility study ya kwenda kwenye hiyo 5G. Kwa hiyo ni kama dunia inaenda huko, of course kama Tanzania na sisi lazima tujipange, tuone namna na sisi tutafikaje huko. Kwa hiyo kama Tanzania nchi tupo kwenye mikakati mbalimbali ili kuangalia namna sisi tunaweza kuingia kwenye 5G. Siwezi kukwambia lini, kwa sababu ndo kwanza mchakato unaanza. Na unapoangalia dunia ndo kwanza ni nchi chache ambazo zimeanza kuingia kwenye 5G. Kwa hiyo it's a matter of time, ni lazima tupiane muda, tustudy, tujue athari zake, je ni sawa kwenda huku kurudi huku. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo litachukua muda kidogo, lakini tutafika huko. Asante sana.
UDOM. Nelson Mandela.
Sawa?
UDOM. Okay. Jamani, hii program inaitwaje? Matiseka.
Jamani, katibu mkuu ameongea kila kitu au mnataka mimi niongee?
Makamu wa Rais, wewe kwa upande wako mmepata nafasi ya kuwa kwenye mradi huu ambao sasa ni vyuo viwili ambavyo ndio mtatengeneza hiyo program. Labda utuambie mikakati yenu kwa chuo hicho sasa na mambo gani ambayo mtasaidia kwa jamii ya Tanzania.
Kwa jina naitwa Profesa Emmanuel Luoga. Mimi ni makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Nelson Mandela kilichoko kule Arusha. Ya kwanza kabisa, leo nina furaha sana kupata nafasi hii kwa chuo changu pamoja na chuo cha UDOM kuzindua huu mradi ambao ni mradi mkubwa sana wa kisayansi na ambao matokeo yake tunajua lazima yatakuja sana kusaidia maendeleo ya nchi hapo mbele ya safari. Tunajua kwamba sasa hivi katika nchi yetu tunaelekea kwenye uchumi wa kidigitali. Tunajua vile vile katika nchi yetu tunaelekea kwenye fourth industrial revolution ambayo ni mapinduzi ya 4 ya viwanda. Lakini haya yote hayawezi kutekelezeka bila mapinduzi kwenye eneo la tehama. Kwa hivyo leo tunapopata nafasi ya kufungua huu mradi ambao unadili na akili bandia. Akili bandia ni moja ya kati ya teknolojia za hali ya juu sana katika matumizi ya tehama ambayo kuleta mapinduzi katika viwanda na katika sekta zote za maendeleo. Na najua kuna changamoto kwanza tunapoenda sasa kwenye mfumo huo wa kutumia akili bandia na matumizi ya hali ya juu sana ya tehama, kwamba utapunguza ajira katika mfumo mzima wa nchi. Lakini hii vile inatoa changamoto kwamba sisi tuanze kubadilika kama nchi, tuanze kubadilika hasa katika nchi zinazoendelea. Tubadilishe mitaala yetu ili na yenyewe ijikite katika, kwa sababu hii ni changamoto ya dunia nzima. Dunia nzima tunaelekea huko kwenye mapinduzi ya viwanda, mapinduzi ya tehama na kuleta masuala ya akili bandia. Kwa mfano mimi jana niliangalia taarifa habari nikafurahi sana, mkuu wa TFS Tanzania Forest Service alikuwa anatoa anadonate kompyuta kule Songwe kwenye shule ya primary. Kompyuta zilikuwa nyingi tu, na tunapofanya hivyo kwamba kuanzia level ya shule za msingi tunaanza kuwa change wanafunzi wetu, watoto wetu akili mindset, waanze kufikiria masuala ya kompyuta, kwa sababu huku ndo tunakoelekea. Kwa hiyo sisi tusichukulie hii kama ni tatizo, hapana, tuchukulie kama changamoto ambayo lizidi kutufikirisha jinsi gani ambavyo tutabadilisha mifumo yetu ya elimu ili baadaye katika ngazi zote wanafunzi wajue umuhimu wa tehama. Asante sana.
Asante.
Simaliza jamani. Asante sana. Asante, nashukuru sana.
Karibu. Swali la kwanza kabisa kwa
mimi ni nani kwanza? Kishajua tutaniuliza na maswali gani? Ndio maswali ya serikali.
Hapa tusiulize serikali. Tunauliza kuhusiana na mradi huu. Na
mimi ni Dr. Ali Nyamawe ambaye ndi lead kiongozi wa huu mradi. Karibu sana
baba UDOM.
Naitwa Dr. Ali Nyamawe, ndio kiongozi wa mradi huu wa kuanzisha hii Artificial Intelligence Lab.
Hapa UDOM.
Labda
kwa haraka mradi huu tunasema akili bandia kwa hapa UDOM, mnaweza tunasema kwanza mtachukua, mmepanga kuanza na wanafunzi wangapi?
Siwezi kujibu moja kwa moja hivyo, lakini mradi wenyewe una nguzo 3. Nguzo ya kwanza ni kufanya tafiti, nguzo ya pili ni kufanya mafunzo kwa maana training, na nguzo nyingine ya tatu ni kufanya bunifu. Kwa hiyo kila nguzo ina aina yake ya watu ambao inawachukua. Lakini tukianza na mafunzo ama kujenga uwezo, kujengea watu uwezo, mradi unatarajia kutoa ufadhili kwa wanafunzi 2 wa PhD na wanafunzi 2 wa masters. Alafu pia katika issue ya ubunifu tunatarajia kufanya mashindano ya kibunifu ambapo watu watakokuja na mawazo mazuri ya kibunifu ambayo yanaenda kutatua matatizo katika sekta ya kilimo, sekta ya digital economy pamoja na afya. Wao ndio tutakaochukua na kuwaweka kwenye yetu na kuweza kuwasaidia mpaka waje wafikie watoe yale mazao ya mwisho, end products. Kwa tunatarajia kuwa na zaidi ya innovators au ya watu ambao tutachukua, lakini pia tutakuwa tunashirikiana na watu wengine. Kwa hiyo inawezekana tusio na idadi kamili kwa sasa hivi, lakini kimsingi mradi wetu tunatarajia kushirikisha watu zaidi, kwa sababu tunataka matokeo chanya ya mradi yaweze kuenea katika jamii.
Kwanza sasa hivi mnaanza na nini hatua ya kwanza?
Hatua ya kwanza ni kutengeneza ule muundombinu wenyewe, ile lab yenyewe, kwa maana ya kuwa na vifaa vya kisasa ambavyo vitawezesha kufanya majaribio ama experiment za hiyo artificial intelligence. Kwa hiyo ndio kitu cha kwanza kabisa, lakini pia kitu cha kwanza ambacho kinaenda sambamba ni kuanza kufanya ile tunasema kupata mahitaji kutoka kwa wadau. Ndio maana katika hii leo pamoja na kuwa mradi tumeita wadau sekta binafsi ili tuweze kujua matatizo tunafikiri kwa tatizo. Kwa hiyo ndio kitu ambacho tunakifanya, kwa tupate mahitaji ili tuweze kujua sasa tunaenda kutengeneza zile bunifu ambazo kweli zitaenda kutatua matatizo ambayo yapo kwenye jamii. Kwa hivyo ndio vitu vya msingi kabisa ambavyo tunatakiwa tuanze navyo sasa hivi.
Unahisi kwa muda gani, labda baada ya muda gani unaweza mkatoka na kitu ambacho mkasema mpaka sasa tukifanya?
Ndani ya miezi 6 mwanzo tunatarajia tu tumesha kuwa na lab ambayo tayari ipo, kwa maana kwamba tuna products ambazo bado hazijakamilika, lakini kwa kiwango fulani tunaweza tukazionyesha na kuonyesha kwamba hii prototype inaweza ikafanya kitu fulani. Kwa tunaamini ndani ya mwaka mmoja tayari tutakuwa tuna kitu cha kuonyesha jamii kwamba kinaweza kufanya hivyo, kwa sababu tukumbuke mradi wetu ni wa miezi 34 hivi, kwa ni haifiki miaka 3. Kwa ndani ya miaka 2 na nusu mradi unatakiwa umeshakwisha. Kwa ndani ya mwaka mmoja lazima totally tuna kitu ambacho tunaweza tukakionyesha.
Ni sifa gani ambazo mtazitumia kuweza kuchukua hizo mbinu za watu?
Sifa za msingi kabisa ni kwamba bunifu ambazo kimsingi zinakwenda kutatua matatizo yaliyopo kwenye jamii. Kama nilivyosema mwanzo kwamba tumeita wadau hapa. Kwa hiyo wadau watatuambia haswa kule kwenye jamii inahitajika solutions za namna gani. Kwa hiyo zile bunifu zinazokuja na zitakuwa zinaendana na haya matatizo ambayo tumeainishwa na wadau, hizo bunifu kimsingi ambazo zitapewa kipaumbele cha juu sana. Okay, asante.
Asante. Oya jamani, mnataka mwanafunzi? Wauliza hao. Daktari bwana, ina shida wewe.
Okay, asante.
Kama wanatarajia mimi swali moja tu. UDOM. Kwa jina naitwa Innocent Charles. Kwa jina naitwa Innocent Charles, ni mwanafunzi wa mwaka 3 kutoka chuo cha Dodoma. Kupitia mradi kwangu mimi kama stakeholder au mmoja wa wadau ambao tunahusika na teknolojia, ni mzuri sana kwa sababu utatusaidia kama jinsi alivyosema lab manager kwamba kupitia innovation au kupitia labda training. So kwangu mimi ni mzuri na nimefurahi kuwepo hapa na kusikiliza na pia kujumuika pamoja katika hii project ya kulaunch mradi.
Kumekuwa na changamoto wa bunifu wetu wa Tanzania, mmekuwa na tabia ya mnakuja na bunifu ambazo ni za copy.
Ni kweli.
Kwenye hilo unazungumziaje?
Kwa upande huo, anapenda kusema kwamba kama jinsi alivyosema community lab manager kwamba atakuwa na training na ni kwa ajili ya kukuza development kupitia masuala zima ya artificial intelligence. So ninaamini sasa hivi tutaenda katika kufanya vitu ambavyo ni reality, kutoka kule katika copy labda au kuja na vitu ambavyo sio reality. So nahisi kupitia hii project tutakuza wajuzi, watu ambao wataenda kuwa more competent like kufanya vitu ambavyo ni reality katika ile worldwide level. Kama kuna project ambazo ni kubwa kidunia.
Asante. Jamani, mtaka mwanamke azungumzie.
So niachane nayo.
Whatever the case. Whatever the case. Lakini ni presentation ilikuwa tunaanza 10 minutes alafu then na sasa wale waandikia kwamba saa sita kamili ndio discussion itaanza. Kwa tunaweza tukawapa tu free ile kwa
Kwa hiyo tutamrudia tena.
ya online. Na nitaomba wewe spice up your discussion ya online.
Halafu pia tutakuwa mna haja ya kugawanyika kwa sababu watu ni wachache.
No, discussion ni juu sana lakini hapa pia ni important yangu.
Hamna haja ya kugawanyika. Yaani nasema tulikuwa tunasema hizi sekta zigawanyike. Kwa sababu ya show up. Moja tu. Sababu unaweza ukajikuta unaenda huko mwenyewe. Kwa hiyo tusubiri kwanza.
Hello, dear participants. We are about to start our second session. So we'll start with some presentation from the coordinators of each section, and then it will be followed by a discussion where the in-person participants will join the online participants so that we can have a discussion on the matters. So I would like to welcome Dr. Matogoro to start with the presentation, the first presentation.
Good morning. Welcome for the official launching of the Artificial Intelligence for Development, Africa's Anglophone Multidisciplinary Research Lab. And I'm here to discuss issues related to infrastructure. So with me, I also have a research team, Faustin Anton, who will be also joining us remotely. He was not able to make it to face-to-face session. So next slide, please. Anyway, the infrastructure is a critical component for artificial intelligence and machine learning. And you know, when someone talks related to machine learning, the quickest point people think of is algorithms and coding. But artificial intelligence, machine learning is beyond coding and algorithms. So for me, I'm here to show some of the key components as far as the infrastructure concerns. In machine learning project one, we need configurations, data correction, feature extractions, and all these critical components require an enabling infrastructure. So for us, as this team will be concerned on putting the required infrastructure, both hardware and software, for other themes to be able to execute and meet their objective. So when we mention the issue of AI infrastructure landscape, it always starts with the data, training and evaluations, and also deployments. So in each of these components, one will require different infrastructure to undertake execution of activities within those key components. So when we speak the AI infrastructure landscape, you can see we have various components on infrastructure. So once could think of data infrastructure, you can see a number of infrastructure required. In terms of training and evaluation projects for AI, one also require a number of infrastructure, as we can see. And for the deployments, we also require a number of infrastructure. For us, this sub-team will be concerned on putting the necessary critical infrastructure for the project to execute the activities. Let this be data correction, let it be configurations, and forth. And in terms of, as I already mentioned, our value proposition or our position is just putting in place state-of-the-art infrastructure that include computing resources that support AI research, innovation, and capacity building. So as I said, when you say the infrastructure, we concern with the hardware as well as the software, as I also discussed the same in the previous slide. So some of the hardware that we already completed some of the process of procurement is the data server. So as I said, data server is also one of the critical infrastructure. So we will be having data server on site, but also data server on cloud. And for this project, we will be having only one data server, and it is also being procured in the first phase. And we are also taking advantage of the high performance computing resources available with Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, where for the UDOM infrastructure, we also try to put the resources that will enable the remote access to the HPC available to the Nelson Mandela. And another hardware resource infrastructure that we are putting in place for this phase, as you can see, we also are going to have the GPUs, where for the entire project, we'll be having 3 GPU, but for this phase, we have procured 1 GPU. And one may go to an extent asking maybe the specifications and others, those are already there, and because we have already gone to, but you can see one of the brand we are looking for the GPU, Bison X9000. So one of the GPU that we are thinking that having it, we can start undertaking some of the executions as per project objectives. But we'll still have 2 more GPU that will be procured. Yeah, kwa hiyo component nyingine ya yes, so another critical component is in terms of software. Yeah, so in terms of hardware, we also need 3 Tesla GPU, but at this phase, we are procuring 1. So 1 Tesla GPU will also be procured. And another critical infrastructure is the internet connectivity. So as part of the lab, we also upgrade the broadband connection, where in the coming second phase, we will upgrade the bandwidth within the room, within the lab, but also procuring the computer and network devices, router and switches, because it's also very, very critical to have a stable and high-speed connection for the AI machine learning project to be executed. In terms of software, as I mentioned, AI and machine learning software and the frameworks. PyTorch is one of it, but there are also a number of frameworks that we will require to have within the lab. We are also subscribing to data labeling and versioning software, which is also very, very critical for the undertaking and execution of the project. And AI experiment tracking and management is also a part of the software that we need. And lastly is optimization, hyperparameter tuning software, and the resource management software. Maybe in terms of software, it's not yet a policy, but it's our recommendation that we are recommending much on the open source software, because it's not just a matter of having a project, but we also need to fulfill the best practice within the industry, where integration with other AI-related initiatives is also very critical. So in terms of software infrastructure, we are recommending the free and open source software as the best practice for the AI initiative industry. Maybe our expectation as part of this discussion in a 2 days event, maybe, is just to have a kind of brainstorming, discussing on issues related to critical infrastructure for artificial intelligence machine learning initiatives. So we also learn from experience, maybe recommendable software or hardware that maybe we have not yet mentioned in our presentation, we are ready to discuss. But most of the software and hardware are yet pending, waiting for the actual projects. Because once we have the actual projects, it's where we'll really know the required software and hardware. So at this phase, we're also trying just to put general purpose infrastructure, because depending to any nature of the project you're undertaking, the GPU, data server, internet connections, these are general purpose infrastructure. But also our expectation is we can identify some of the challenges and possibly think on mitigation strategy. We understand this is the African multidisciplinary research, but it is also for the entire Anglophone Africa. So as part of this entire community, we are ready to receive input and some of the necessary recommendations from the entire community. But we're also here to learn from each one of you, because being part of the core team does not mean that we understand every corner of the AI ecosystems. Based on the technical specific field like healthcare, agriculture, digital economy, you might have encountered something that it was important for us to learn from you. But our expectation also, we are creating an environment for future collaborations. So let us engage, let us discuss. And at the end, we can also try to identify some of the future opportunity that we can collaborate. When we just announced about the launching yesterday, one of my colleagues, Ben Roberts, who is the Chief Technical Officer for the Liquid Telecom, also gave access to join an AI community in Kenya. There are around 250 something members within the group. So you can see some of the country within the Anglophone Africa has already ongoing AI community. The same with Tanzania, we have ESA and others from Tanzania Ai Lab, where we think joining effort from all these AI community from different countries, then it gives us an environment to forge future collaborations. And our target is to make sure that the objectives that we've set are being realized. I think this is the end of my presentation, and it's bad that the presentation is not displayed, but I put some of my contact there. Maybe I will distribute some cards, at least for those who are within the room, but those who are joining remotely, they're able to see our contact. So in case you have any input related to infrastructure, we are ready. AI infrastructure, we are ready to receive that for the betterment of this project. Without further ado, I should also thank the sponsor of this project, Artificial Intelligence for Development Africa, CIDA, and IDRC for believing in us, and final working on behalf of the Africa's Anglophone to execute the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we're going to have another presentations from the economy. And after that, we'll have a presentation from the healthcare sector coordinator. So please, welcome.
Yeah, we can proceed and the slide can be shared. So maybe we can have one, once we have an email address and WhatsApp number, then you can extend the discussion. But another one I would like to get. Yeah. One more than one connection from the same one.
Let me share the link.
So for online participants, we are facing the power challenge at our workshop room. But the rest, greetings to all. Good afternoon. So as our previous speaker It's just continuation of the section within the lab, or AI4D Africa Anglophone Multidisciplinary Research Lab. And the section that I'm going to present now is on the AI digital economy and small scale and medium enterprise connection unit. Together with me, my name is Amis Fereji, as a coordinator of this section. Also, we have as a researcher, Dr. Goodil Mosh. We are just leading this team with collaboration with other team members. So I don't know if I've already shared a link to you. My presentation has just been divided into 5 sections, starting with the background, then passing through the digital trends, look up the objective of this section, and also the area of opportunity that we can venture as the lab and stakeholders, and also to see the area of collaboration and your contribution on that, and at the end, come up with at least 2 use cases that can be demonstrated to the rest of the Anglophone AI community to realize some of the initiative that can be put in place to make sure we have now not only AI, but also digital economy, but also the AI part of it. So recently, ICT sector in Africa has continued to grow, and the trend is likely to continue. And that's the fact we have. Consequently, artificial intelligence is shaping the global digital economy and also to define the industry and service sector. So failure to recognize and capitalize on responsible AI opportunity will impose significant risk to Africa digital economy. So without attempts to move beyond our existing digital economy innovation model toward AI and other fourth industrial revolution tech, Africa business risk further behind and worsening the global digital divide and lower our global competitive advantage. We become lower and also we widen up. So we have to take initiative at the right stage as this technology cap up moving. And if you look at the digital economy trend or the tech toward digital economy, I can just start at early 19, where we have the internet. After the internet, then the digital economy or the business innovation come after the tech innovation of the internet. But if you look also the next move of the technology, for example, the mobile phone as a tech innovation, but the business model or the business information that utilize the mobile phone in digital economy come later. But the current technology, the AI and other fourth industrial revolution, the innovation and also in tech and business taking place at the same time. So there's no time is given the tech to take place or to mature, then the digital economy or as a business innovation to take place, they are going together. So this is a unique trend compared to other tech that has been happened past years. For example, they said the internet, we have the internet, then the innovation comes later. We have the mobile phone, then the innovation comes later. But for our first industrial revolution, they are come together. So we have to take part of it. But for the other part, other technology, Africa has been done good on that. For example, the mobile phone. in digital economy, is able to make sure or reaching even those underserved community and women even in remote area, and at the end to promote the digital economy. Now, what can we be? What can we done? Can we left behind looking other part of the world, just accelerating towards that one, or we have to take part of it? So we have to do now. It's our task as now AI ecosystem in Tanzania and other in Anglophone country to make sure now we are not left behind, and we contribute to that innovation so that also to reduce the digital technology that might happen if we are not taking any initiatives. So objective of this part is now to ensure we have mainly twofold semantic area under section. First is to ensure or to apply now the AI to improve a competitive advantage of our SMEs industry. We have SMEs. Now, how can we apply AI to make sure now those SMEs take advantage of existing technology? And also another objective under this part of the section of the lab is to look how can we accelerate and the digitalization of the automatic of Africa SMEs towards the fourth industrial revolution. So one can ask now, or later on we can have a discussion and ask ourselves and come up with a solution of that. How to apply AI to innovate competitive advantage of African SMEs and business. What can be done to make sure that one is realized? Now, another question one can ask is how to use AI to foster digitalization and automation of Africa SMEs. Now, what can be done? That is a part of the lab, the part of the AI community for those who present here and other Anglophone to make sure that one is realized so that to reduce now the innovation gap of other parts of the world with us compared to us. So if you look now, the possible or the opportunity we have, the digital economy and SMEs, one is just to look how the AI can enable customer support service. We know now we have the customer. Once you support them, it means now you are sure that the business can grow. So it's now task later on in the discussion is to come up what kind of solution that can be possible and or implemented with this lab, and also being upscaled to other parts of the Anglophone country that to help the SMEs to make sure that they incorporate AI to enable or to support their customer. And also one can just ask how we can use AI to optimize the process in SMEs. Nowadays, AI solution literally can be deployed in any element of business that contains the data. So we have a lot of data, so we have to seize the opportunity as the AI ecosystem to support our SMEs to make sure they automate some of their parts of their business. But also, we have other opportunity for SMEs and digital economy is how to use AI to enhance marketing and improve customer engagement. But also, we can just look how to utilize the deep learning by SMEs so that we can have that a cost benefit with the reduced time. And also, we can look how AI-based analytics to understand the market trends and stay competitive, so that the AI can look at their market segment by analyzing the data of competitor, so that they can position themselves so that to exist in the market. So other parts of the world, they're doing it. They're doing it. So you can look some of the trends nowadays. They're just doing. We say the data look back. You analyze the data, then you see how you can just keep up customer. You retain the customer. You can see some of the in other parts of the world, some of the companies like the Tesla, the Google doing good for that because they incorporate the AI component and they analyze their customer, the feedback and feedback loop again to make sure that they rectify some of the business model to take or to leverage the data that they have received as a feedback from the customer. So that's expected at the end to have a discussion to look how can we just venture and this lab spearhead that process and with collaboration. And also for you, as you come, some of you come from the industry that come just as a part of the AI ecosystem and innovation, that we have a lot that we can share together. And at the end, we can come with some of the tangible solution that can be used or become beneficial for all of us. So to conclude, to catalyze the innovation or AI innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in Tanzania and in Africa, the TZ AI4D Lab will work closely with the industry. That's why you are here, the government, and also in other stakeholders that we can incorporate so that to make sure everything become beneficial to all of us. Notably, such collaboration will support effective upscaling and use of current and the future AI innovation. And also to establish the disciplinary AI or TZ AI4D Lab, which will act as a node to process now. As my previous speaker said, we'll have the infrastructure, the enabling infrastructure. We have the lab, so we have the working space. We can have the data, so that now can enable an innovator to take the advantage of existing infrastructure. So it's to establish interdisciplinary TZ AI4D Lab that will act as a node for processing and delivering proof of concept AI solution and tools for sustainable development. So once a talent innovator have a certain concept, so will be assisted with a mentorship and other support from the infrastructure and other staff, so that to make sure those concepts is realized, can be nurtured, so that can be commercialized. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, the Digital Economy Sector Coordinator. And now we are going to have a presentation. The next presentation will be from the Sector of Agriculture and Environmental Conservation from Dr. Neema Nduma.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Neema Nduma, lecturer from the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I'll present on environmental conservation and agriculture sector. Starting with the sector overview. So environmental conservation and agriculture sector aims to provide technological solutions on addressing challenges which are facing industries and communities. And we are focusing on leveraging the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science in order to build capacity for predictive analytics and development of different supporting systems on environmental conservation and agriculture. This is because we do understand the potential of artificial intelligence on addressing different challenges in environmental conservation. Taking into consideration of the priority action areas for environmental challenges, starting with the issue of climate change. We have seen the potential of AI in smart transport. A good example is on Google Maps, where machine learning algorithms have been developed in order to help on navigating transport and optimize navigation. And in biodiversity and conservation, we have seen the power of AI, whereby different AI tools have been developed in order to help anti-poaching units to plan for their patrol routes. In healthy oceans, we have seen the power of AI, whereby tools have been developed in order to help on monitoring ocean level. For the case of water security, AI have been used to detect drought. In clean air, different early warning systems have been developed in order to help people who are living in urban areas to get prior information in case of the pollution level. And for the issue of weather and disaster resilience, different early warning systems have been developed in order to give people prior information in case of disaster. Coming to the part of the agriculture, different applications have been developed in order to solve different challenges in the sector. For instance, AI have been applied in crop yield prediction and price forecast in order to help smallholders farmers to identify the output yield of crops and forecast prices for the next few weeks. Also, there is intelligent spraying where AI sensors have been used in order to detect weed-affected areas. In predictive insight, AI have been used to help smallholders farmers to understand the right time to sow the seeds. Also, AI have been used in agricultural robots, where using autonomous robots to help in harvesting huge volumes of crops at a higher volume and faster pace. In crop and soil monitoring, artificial intelligence have been used to monitor the crop health for diagnosing pest and soil defects. Not only that, but for the case of disease diagnosis, different deep learning tools have been developed to help smallholders farmers to control diseases through proper strategy. So coming to our sector themes, so far we have proposed 4 themes, and we are hoping through our discussion we'll be in the position to add more themes based on your recommendation and expertise in the area. So we propose to come up with the first themes on exploiting the use of artificial intelligence and remote sensing, OpenGIS and African indigenous knowledge for environmental conservation, biodiversity monitoring, and food security enhancement. Another theme is on green AI and exploitation of AI for climate crisis monitoring, adaptation, and mitigation. The third theme is on data aggregation in livestock and crop farming. And the fourth one is on AI-based crop disease surveillance systems. And in our sector, we have a sector coordinator, who is Dr. Devota Nyambo, me as assistant sector coordinator, and we have our researcher there, Dr. Ramadhani Sinde. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neema Mduma, for the presentation from the sector of agriculture and environmental conservation. So we're gonna have our last presentation before we kick off our discussion from the sector of healthcare.
Thank you very much, Gloria. So this presentation from the sector of the healthcare. My name is Salim Diwani. I'm the sector coordinator for healthcare. In my team, we have Dr. Judith Leo from Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, who is the assistant coordinator, and Dr. Tabu Kondo from the UDOM, who's our researcher. So the coordination unit overview. The coordination unit overview is to strengthen healthcare research and teaching capacity in responsible AI across Anglophone Africa through mentorship, community building, and equitable distribution of high-quality teaching and training materials. So the main aim of our coordination unit is to give the capacity, or to build the capacity and through training. Okay. And the next is to increase the understanding of how to advance responsible multidisciplinary and gender inclusive African AI research methodologies. Also through training, capacity, and new experience of researchers who I have experienced through mentoring and exploratory research. Also, to explore how to support healthcare AI deployment and commercialization from academia to private sectors. We have the research priorities in our coordination unit. First, research priority is converting healthcare system from reactive to proactive. What does it mean when you say from reactive to proactive? A lot of patients are, say they are in their health conditions. They detect their diseases at their late stages. So AI, it will enable patients to know their diseases at their early stages so that we can treat them, those diseases. So that's why we say it is what? It is proactive and not reactive. So this is our main aim of the AI is to diagnose or to treat or to know if the disease at the what? At the earliest stages. Okay, so people are not going to suffer or die because of what? Of the diseases. Next research priority is addressing medical staff and resources shortages. As we know, the ratio of doctors to patient is 1 to 25,000, which is a lot. It's too much. So if we have AI-enabled tools, it can significantly augment clinical decision making. So we can reduce the ratio of the doctors to what? To patient, if we have a lot of AI-enabled tools. So this is our next research priority, which we need it to consider or to solve it so that to reduce the ratio of patient to doctors. Okay. Next is enhancing treatment quality. AI tools can help health practitioners accurately determine whether a treatment is working or other therapies should be considered. So AI it will enable if the treatment is working properly by monitoring the patient who is under treatment. Okay. Improving health supply forecastings. Using AI technology with big data to predict medical supply and demands. I think people who are working in the medical sectors, they know we have these problems of supply the medicine in different hospitals, and also some of the medicines are end up what? Expiring. And the medicine which are end up in expiring, maybe some pharmacies, they buy those medicines. And people, without knowing it, they go and buy those medicines, then they use those type of medicine. So this is a big problem. And also some of the medicine are coming from the sponsors. They give it to the government. Maybe, and those medicines are nearly to expire. So later, those medicines are what? We have to what? To do what? We have to ban it then. And who is responsible to ban those medicines? The government of Tanzania. And they spend a lot of money, even if the medicine we get it for free, but we spend a lot of money to ban those medicines. So the government get what? In loss. Right. So AI, it will help improve the health supply forecasting. Okay. So this is another big issue in our country. Next is accurate disease diagnosis. So AI will help to diagnose different diseases like breast cancer, maybe diabetes, malaria, and other type of diseases. So if we have a lot of AI tools, it will enable to treat or diagnose some of the diseases at the earliest stages. Okay. Next research priority is our health data management. At the health data pillar, the assistance of AI-based solution is paramount. So AI can be used for managing health data, such as data collection, data storage, normalization, which are key in transforming healthcare system. First, we must have data. If we don't have the data, we cannot do any AI system or developing any AI system or modeling any AI systems. So first, we must have a way to collect the data and store our data set, especially the African data origin, like PI was saying when he started his presentations. Now, application of AI in healthcare. Mind you, most of these applications have been developed by the UDOM students under my supervisions. So it is a real-time application which have been developed here at UDOM. Okay. One of the application of AI is a patient pre-screening. So AI can add value even before arriving at the medical facility to seek care, maybe through chatbot, or you can access some of the system, AI system. Then you can see by putting your symptoms if you are affected or any diseases before going to the hospitals, right? Or you can contact to the doctors based on what the symptom which you put on the AI system. Then the system can predict if you are suffering from certain type of diseases. Okay, so before going to see the doctor, then you can know if you are sick or not, or you have this type of problem or not. So AI can solve all these type of issues. This is a patient pre-screening. Patient intake and triage. AI can help with patient intake and triage by using chatbot or voice assistant to quickly gather necessary information from patient and determine the appropriate next step. So AI can aid clinical decision and enhance physician judgment. Now, if you go nowadays in the hospital, let's say in Muhimbili, you see too many people waiting for the service from the doctors. This is an example of the patient intake and the triage. Maybe some people, they're coming from Dar es Salaam, some people they're coming from Morogoro, Tanga, without any appointment. So they go there and queue and wait for services. But if you have the AI systems and tools, all this issue can be minimized. Okay? Diagnosis and medical imaging. This system has been developed by the UDOM student. The system is called the detection of cause of death from verbal autopsy. Verbal autopsy. Because a lot of people nowadays, they die, but we don't know the cause of death. And thank for IHI, Mr. Victors, give us these problems. Right? Is it the idea? Yeah, I mean the idea. Yeah. So a lot of people are dying, but we don't know what is the cause of death. So I give this problem to my student. They develop an AI system in order to detect the cause of death for the patients. Okay. Next is diagnosis, the prediction of these cancers. Also, this system has been developed by our students. The system is used to predict if the patient has a breast cancer or not based on the symptoms, right? So we take the data set from the University of Irvine, California, UCI. We train the data set, then we test it, right? So we have some symptoms or attribute or feature based on the data set which take from the UCI data repository. So it will detect if a patient has a breast cancer, or it predict what is the accuracy of the patient to have a breast cancer. So you can go for another step if maybe you say, yeah, you have some, maybe 90% that you might have a breast cancer, or 70% you might have what? A breast cancer. Next is COVID-19 detection preventions, also have been developed by our students, UDOM students. This it will detect if a patient has a COVID-19 or not based on the X-ray images. Right, I think if we have time, I'll be able to show those systems and you can see by ourselves. Another one is malaria detection system. Malaria detection system, the blood smearing process, it is repetitive and can introduce human errors. So sometimes, like we say, the ratio of doctors to patient is a lot. So sometimes doctors or lab technicians, they get tired of looking for the what in the Microsoft to see if a patient have what, if a malaria smear or not. So AI will also aid us to detect if a patient has a malaria or not. So it will help the lab technicians to do their job in a easiest way. Preventive healthcare. Next is the preventative healthcare. What if we could take step? What if we could take step to prevent a disease before it is manifested and turn the outlook from reactionary to preventative? So in healthcare, fitness and medical devices such as Apple Watch, Fitbit, Garmin, and others can act as a sensors that suspect a disease before it will hurt us, right? So it can detect the disease by using AI tools in the earliest stages, okay, before it can kill us. Next is a drug discovery. So AI also will be able to discover drugs or in the drug process. As we know, process of developing a drug takes a lot of time. I think more than 10 years. Right, more than 10 years, right? So it is a very, very long step. So AI will help us to reduce the time of drug discovery. So some people, they're wondering, how come up to now we did not get the drugs, let's say, to treat the HIV, but how come now we get the vaccine for what? For coronavirus. Which method they use? Right, people, they're wondering. Okay, so maybe AI also can help us, or it helped to develop the coronavirus vaccines. Right, so can challenges. This is the last thing in our presentation. What are the challenges for implementation of AI? First one is the shortage of human capacity in the healthcare sector with AI knowledge. Second is lack of clear policies and strategies to support AI in the healthcare sector. I think also we need to discuss about this. Lack of infrastructure to support AI applications. No electricity, right? No GPU servers. Imagine if we're running now experiment or big experiment about AI and the power is what? Boom, cut off. Experiment is what? Maybe you run the experiment for 4 years. For 4 days or 3 days or 5 days or 2 weeks. Then the power is what? Cut off. Then what will happen? You have to restart it again. You waste the time, you waste the money. Okay. Lack of African origin healthcare data sets. that is another challenge. And last challenge is lack of inclusion of gender and marginalized group in the AI healthcare research. Thank you for listening. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Diwan, for the presentation. So after this presentation, we are going to open a discussion which will be led by Dr. Matogoro, and he will give us a way forward on how we can go about on the entire discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Broad. I understand we have two groups. One available in person within the room, and a number of participants following the discussion from online. So you have heard the objective of the research lab, the vision and mission of the research lab, and the coordinator of the coordinators for each sections have presented their area of concentrations. I think it's now time to receive input and also open the discussion. We understand AI is one of the critical areas which has attracted attention to many people, both academia and industry experts, and we are ready to listen. Maybe I could start the discussion by asking a volunteer. So when you are giving any inputs, you can just mention your name. And if you are free, you can also mention the community you're representing, and also go direct to the discussion or question or remark that you want to give out. And we are ready to listen. Thank you. We start with someone who have noticed. Anyway, you in this one want to get something. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just need to know if in Tanzania, do you have AI strategy, policies, or law for implementing AI in Tanzania? Or do you have any initiative up to now for implementing of AI? Because if you don't have any policy or strategy, so it's like you don't do anything here, right? Thank you.
You are input from the policy regulation and frameworks. So next one, maybe Rocco, we are using our phone so that our can also see our voice.
Sure. So in reference to what was just brought up, there are actually some groups working on AI policy, maybe not a general one because I don't know the states it's currently in, but if there's anyone online from PATH, last I heard, PATH has been working on AI policy within the health sector, and they have submitted it to the Ministry of Health for review. So I don't know what stage it's at, but there are progress on initiatives along that area.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we, so after
even our guest of honor also mentioned on the issue of policy implementation, and they are ready to collaborate with us. All these economic environments are there. So we should not get confused. And since we are serving the Africa's anglophone and African countries with policy integration, then I think we are ready to go. Maybe if we have any foreign participants who can speak, we welcome.
If we have the online participants who's having an input and want to share out remarks or any kind of open discussions, we are ready to listen from an online participant. Welcome. Yeah, maybe I can pick. I see a number of participants from online. Maybe I can invite Ruzango Mfupe if you have something from CSIR. I know you are working a lot on the issues of AI, and CSIR is one of the partner within this project. Welcome, Ruzango Mfupe. Yeah.
Who is allowing the participants?
Ruzango can now speak up.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Matogoro and the team for organizing this very interesting research lab. From the CSR side, we have been doing a number of work in the AI field, from the speech recognition subfield, in the telecommunication field, for example, prediction of spectrum opportunities for 5G and other innovative technologies in agriculture and so forth. So we really appreciate this initiative, and we welcome for collaboration. We are really truly humble and ready to work with the team. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ruzango, for pointing out some of the areas where CSR is working. CSR is based in South Africa, and it's one of the partner for this project. And we are happy that you are able to make it to join our session. You mentioned about speech recognition, so we take it on board. 5G. And issues related to agriculture. So maybe a coordinator for each of these will also engage you and maybe some of the team members from the organizations who are working on these areas to see how we can take advantage the work that we have already started, and also see how can it be a critical input to the AI4D Africa's Anglophone Multidisciplinary Research Lab that we are trying to push forward. Maybe I can also give a mic to any other online participants who is ready to speak up. I see Revo raising the hand. So who is moderating the voice can give a room to Revo, and then Revo can also introduce their name and also the organization or the source community you are representing, and we are ready to reset. Welcome. Rev. Yeah, you are ready. You can unmute and then speak out. I also see Andre Wandera, so after Revo Wandera, you can pick up. Revo, welcome.
Thank you. Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. I'm Revocatus Simachunda, Associate Professor from the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. I also am the Dean at School of Materials, Energy, Water, and the Environment. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the whole team for the big project on AI. And secondly, we are working in these areas, so I'm quite sure that the school has a number of areas like energy, water, and the environment that are ready to collaborate with you. And I just wanted to hear from you, especially on the sector of environmental conservation. You have the priority action areas in which you mentioned the water security and the sanitation. You have the themes. So now in the themes, I could not capture the issue of water and sanitation, but also in the whole priority action areas and themes, energy was not, I couldn't capture it there. I know that water and sanitation and also energy are quite important areas for development, and possibly they need more attention also. So if you can clarify, maybe if something is in the focus area, it does not need to be in the theme, or a theme has to include all areas that has to be also in the focus area, then that will be fine. And maybe the last one would be on collaboration with the stakeholders. I know some of the members, like in the school, have been working in these areas of sanitation, water, energy, and possibly they have data, and still they have other ongoing activities that will continue to take place. So now maybe how will you be linking or collaborating with the stakeholders so that we know maybe how to get solutions from the lab, or how to link up with the lab. So that's my only few comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, and your input are highly appreciated. You started with the congratulating the team. On behalf of the team, I appreciate for that. And you also gave overview some of the areas that you are working on: energy, water, and environment. And we appreciate that you are looking for maybe few clarifications on, especially for the coordinator on the sector of environmental conservation and agriculture, which water and sanitation are following up. And you're also asking, how are we working on the energy sector as part of addressing challenges related to energy? You also mentioned existing activities that you are working within your school, and we appreciate that. Since we have the PI and co-PI in room, then we'll also explain how collaboration can be engaged. Maybe I welcome Nema Duma to respond on this. Afterwards, we can also welcome Professor Shubi to speak on how we can engage the school. And Nyamawe, the PI, Dr. Nyamawe, if he has some more input, then we can also, we appreciate for the activeness that you have shown up from the remote.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your contributions. And I think when I was presenting, I tried to explain about priority action areas for environmental challenges. And in the area of water scarcity, I just give one of the example about AI can be used, maybe tools can be developed to detect maybe drought and something like that. So it's truly that the issue of water follows under environmental conservation. And through this discussion, as I have mentioned, some of the themes which we have proposed, I think it's true that water is not there. So I think through this discussion, we'll be in the very good position if we'll get recommendation from your side on what specific area within the water that you'll be interested based on your expertise to be included as one of our themes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think Professor Shubi can speak a little about that and maybe responding on the energy because it's not following on the environmental. How are we able to address some of the areas that are not mentioned within this, like things like energy? And Nyamao, you can also speak on how to collaborate with the other stakeholders. Professor Shubi, welcome.
Thank you, Professor Machunda Revocatus, for good inputs. Yeah, in the sense of collaboration or incorporating the energy area, I think we'll need to find the ways of how we can merge it to one of the sectors so that we can have a host in this, especially in this area. And I believe probably in the sector of infrastructure can be one of the best place to put it. And we have this sector as one of the units within the projects. So we'll see how we can, from the project management, we'll see how we can merge it and work on it properly. Thank you for your suggestions as well.
Yeah, thank you. And this is showing that our project is stakeholder centered, and we are also ready to take such kind of constructive inputs and see how we can accommodate within the project. We have our a project investigator, Dr. Nyamawe, who can also speak how we can collaborate with the other stakeholders within the project. Dr. Nyamawe, welcome.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Professor Revocatus, for your contribution. Ideally, we really love to collaborate with a number of stakeholders as much as possible, potential stakeholders, because we cannot isolate ourselves. We cannot close ourselves in one single room and come up with the solutions that are going to be practical. So provided you're also coming from the Nelson Mandela, and Nelson Mandela is part of this project, then we would expect and would be very much grateful if we involve your school and collaborate with your school. And this is the reason why we have invited several stakeholders here today. And I believe at the end of this meeting, we'll have forged the collaborative with the stakeholders we have here today. So thank you so much. And would really like to collaborate with several stakeholders as much as possible. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Andre Wandera, it's time for you to take the floor. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is not Audrey. I'm just using that account. My name is Dr. Dennis Mujibi. I work with Usomi Limited. It's a private company based in Nairobi, and we're involved in agricultural activities. We work with farmers to help them link to market, and we are building AI tools related to remote sensing and big data analytics. Of course, I had loose connections with Nelson Mandela, so I guess that's how I'm part of the meeting. I just had a few reflections that I wanted to share. The first one being the scope. I don't know if I should be worried. I don't know the scope of the lab. I commend you for the effort, but again, I also think that perhaps it may be important to minimize the scope so that there's enough resources and effort and human resource on specific topics so that we can generate huge amounts of data to produce viable and commercially viable products. Because sometimes I think we could explore in many areas. And I don't know, we run a risk of having a lot of products without sufficient data. And so the problem of, say, prediction bias and things like that may not be sorted out. So that is one of the things that I would think maybe the implementing teams and the partners may want to consider. The second thing was also getting stuff out of the lab. I think there's a good reason to bring in as many private sector stakeholders as possible, so that the movement or the linkage between research and sort of development and commercial evaluation is seamless. Because many a times when that linkage misses, then you find that a lot of good products are not being utilized, are not adopted, because there's nobody who's pushing them with a commercial viability, sustainability lens, which makes a lot of products that a lot of researchers and universities having produced are not getting used. So I just wanted to put in those as my 2 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dennis Wachubi, and sorry for noting out wrongly the names, but it's that's the one which display, but it's okay, we understand. And maybe to guide the discussions, this project for the starting, we decided to concentrate on four sections. One is infrastructure, at least to put on the ground the required and necessary critical infrastructure, both on-site and cloud. And the second one is on the environmental conservation and agriculture, which we thought was very, very, very critical for the team and also for the Anglophone Africa. And the third section is on healthcare, as it was also presented by Salim Diwan. And the last section, section that we are concentrating is on digital economy. You know, when we as the guest of honor mentioned in the morning, this project was very competitive, and we're glad that we are able to make it. But one of the inputs that we received from the team of selection team was that we were too ambitious. That means we had a lot of things initial. Then we had to scope, at least to remain with the focus on those 3 or 4 sub areas. So we also have of the same opinion that we should not make it very broad, where at the end we can miss the focus. So our believing is also remaining too focused. Initially, we're even thinking of going on one section or one sector, but sometimes we also need to have a magnitude impact. That's why we thought it's also important to have that 4 sections that were very critical. But we are also ready to receive inputs, because we understand bringing more partners is also bringing more funders to the project. That means we can also still attract more funders who are joining, who are ready to support maybe some of the areas which were not covered within the sections of the project. Kwa hiyo Dennis, tunashukuru sana. I know Kenya speaking Swahili, so we appreciate you mentioned some of the area that we are working agriculture plus farming, supporting farm, but also remote sensing, big data, analytics. But one of the expectation from this stakeholder engagement is also to receive some input, especially on the use case. And we're also trying to build requirements from stakeholder-centered kind of engagement. Maybe from your experience, I know we have some tools which can also be used. I know we also keep in touch with you to see some of the specific inputs that you can receive from each one of you. But we also appreciate if anyone in the room or online is ready to give out some of the critical requirements that the team will require once we are also designing use cases for each subsections, as we highlighted. We had healthcare, environmental conservation and agriculture, and digital economy. So the floor is open for anyone who is having an input. They can give a room for the in-person participants, as we are also working to enable Dennis, who is online, to speak for the use case requirements in case you have one. So maybe in the room, karibu daktari.
Are you on?
No connect.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Azan Yundo. I am from the University of Dodoma, School of Medicine. My main interest is on the health sector. And from the presentation, I figured that we lack local baseline information. So one of the major issues to collect data at baseline level. So speaking of data collection, it means that we would go to the hospital, to the health facilities, but one avenue that I think we could gather important information is if access to this insurance system, of which covers almost all, I mean majority of Tanzanians now. I mean significant population of Tanzanians are covered by health insurance, of which we could have information regarding their illness, their progression, their clinical outcome, as well as economic burden of it, and years living with disability, and then economic burden of these conditions. So that's one avenue that I would suggest for your team to look for opportunity. Another one is, I might be wrong, but I feel like your team is mostly of people from IT. IT, information technology, computer science programmers. I wonder if there are statisticians and mathematicians whom I believe could be quite valuable in your team to run these prediction models, what predict a certain outcome over a certain period. Yeah. My other comments will come later as the discussion continues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your input. And yeah, you have shared out your experience, but also shared out some of the challenges like data collection related challenges. And you also gave some suggestions. We appreciate for all those inputs. But you had also an observation of the diversity of the team. And I think I could welcome the PI to respond on that. Welcome, Dr. Nyamau.
Well, thank you, Dr. Azan Nyundo, for the very good contribution. Ideally, we do involve expertise from different domains that cover the key units of the project. That's one fact. But the other fact is, in the course of execution of the project, we will be involving consultants from different domains. So it could be medical doctors, agricultural expertise, and wherever. So this team is just for coordination and execution. But when it comes to expertise, we will involve all relevant stakeholders. And this is the reason why we have also invited you here, and the medical doctor, and would expect to have more from you. So we have taken that on board. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nyamau. I also see a number of chats online, and I should acknowledge that all the chats, all the inputs are given out through the chats are taken on board. And for example, one from Ari, a critical thing to keep in mind when building technology to support human is the human. So in many cases, the technology itself does not matter if human involved is unable to effectively communicate with the technology. So user experience should be a very key area of the focus. As long as the AI cannot communicate effectively to the user, we will either end up with over-reliance or under-reliance in the technology. So Ari, we appreciate for your input. I'm not sure if it's the Ari, the one I know from Dr. Risa, of course. This was my mentee when I was working with DRAB. So Ari was working on Dr. Risa. So thank you, Ari. I've seen you've been active for this, and I'm happy to be a good mentor, and you are keeping the ball rolling. And we can also see how we can take all these input on board, as we are also working to have a focus on AI-related engagement. So in that time, we were working on data science. So this time, we are now focusing on AI-based. And I'm aware that Mr. Ferrej and the team from the digital economy are there to support commercialization and also innovation uptake within the Anglophone Africa. So maybe you can also be part of the champions on top of that. Yeah, so maybe I can also welcome more input from both online participants and also on site in case you have. Dennis, can we give access to Dennis? He raised the hand, and I think it's now due time for Dennis to speak. Activate. Is there?
Can you allow Dennis? Can you allow Dennis because his one is
Mujahid? Dr. Mujahid is the coordinator of the RAB. So we have the governance structure of the RAB. We have the PI and the co-PI. And down to PI and co-PI, we also have the liaison officer, Ms. Gloria Monko. And we have also the RAB coordinator, Dr. Mujahid. So, Dr. Mujahid, can you do the necessary? As we are working to enable Dennis to speak, anyone in the room? Dr. Dina Karibu. Okay.
Since the project is being implemented, one of the output from the different thematic areas will feed into policy. So not only that, we need to see whether there's AI strategy, but how does this project feed into the policy? And the way this project can contribute to policy is through policy briefs and also policy reviews. Because we have different thematic areas, like agriculture and health. How does output of the work from this lab feed into the policy in the Ministry of Health? How does the output from agriculture feed into the policies that the Ministry of and although I think the best approach instead of going directly to this ministry, I think the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Information Technology will lead to the different sectors. So I think maybe the PI can try to see how to on with the ministry. We are working on this project on the different sectors. It's AI, it's new. We want to see how we're going to contribute to the policy at national level, because it's really helpful. And that way will definitely guide the project to see how and also policy reviews, because they are existing policies that are different. How does this project contribute? Because we're going to get evidence from the different projects, sub-projects that we use. So that's one. And the other one is, I noted that you mentioned there will be a scholarship for 4 degrees, 2 PhDs and 2 masters. And I think it's important to, if I'm not mistaken, it is important early on to see which sector is going to get how many higher, how the allocation should be made earlier on, so that the sector can develop the research question that will be used by these upcoming students. And also the capacity to implement the project activities. I understand that the project is very well placed, but the project is wide. For instance, if you go to the infrastructure, who is actually helping the continent on the different funds? It's not only procurement. Even that sector that can contribute to policy, that we see this the best infrastructure for in developing AI, and the lab is going to be a model in that. So that itself also contributes to policy. guide the government in the best way. So I think also the capacity should, because we already have 4 higher level degrees, what the research questions are they going at the candidates going to answer. So this should come very much early on before the call for research. Yeah, that's the conclusion.
Thank you, Dr. Dina. I understand you are very senior expert on this area, and we co-developed the proposal. And your comments are very genuine, and we are taking on board. I just wanted to mention on the issue of engagement of the ministry. It's very correct that the ministry needs to be engaged, and we were also honored to have the Deputy Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Information, Communications and Information Technology. This is also an indication that the team is ready to work with the ministry. And maybe I can just take a very small text that the guest of Hannah shared. The guest of Hannah said, the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Information Technology has a mission of enabling the provision of cost-effective information technology, telecommunication, postal services through innovative environment to transform Tanzania into digital economy. So the mission of the ministry is aligning with the missions of the RAB. So we also request other ministry from Anglophone Africa. As I said, we are not working only with the government of Tanzania. We would appreciate to have the support from all other governments within the Africa's Anglophone in the region. In that way, we have the impact not only in Tanzania or East Africa, but both to all countries from the Anglophone region. So all these, Dr. Dina, taken on board, and we appreciate that your presence is an indication that you are ready to collaborate and work with the team, and the team is ready to engage you in different way. So I think I can welcome Dennis. Dennis, welcome.
Okay.
Dennis, now you can unmute your mic and speak. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you for the time. My name is Dennis. I'm an AI researcher in Tokyo University of Agriculture. I would like to thank for everybody who really put in their effort. It's a great initiative. I just have a few things to highlight out, just as the rest have mentioned. Of course, you have been so ambitious. It's always good to be ambitious. In the form of just a few things. One is about the engagement. I raised it out in the chat. I think this one directly to the host and the panelist. This about the stakeholders. I'm looking at it in this way. The stakeholders, as per se, the major ones as the lab is probably focusing on the universities. And that's why things have come up, like I've looked about statistics and all that. So having a really good strategy in terms of, for instance, the data strategy, how, in what form are you going to measure on these few thematic areas? Because frankly speaking, not all thematic themes could probably go through, but that could stop. Otherwise, it could continue. But having this kind of mapping them out in terms of, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, or even 10 years. Now, this puts it on a very good basis because the lab is going to spark out the development of all those commercial as other people intend them to be. Of course, by collaborating with those other, the entrepreneurship ecosystem, the startups. I believe there are few startups in the country and maybe the region. But again, there are these people who want to start up those startups, so start up those really tangible products which you go to the market. So we can leverage, as a lab, you can leverage on that and see, it's not just producing commercial products, but again, ideas that, people can just come up and say, okay, we got this idea, probably can work on it and look at it in a way when you're collaborating with, for instance, with the banks or the others who are willing to support and putting their, all their energy. As you know, other stakeholders in the country or even neighboring countries, they're wondering what they can support. They don't have the ideas, they don't have what they really need to. And if they may have some of the data, which they probably think. So adding these things in terms of this, for instance, the data strategy and mapping them out would really be very impactful. So the first sense in terms of agriculture, where I could probably speak is the thematic things which have been put into, I believe, 4 themes like the AI remote sensing, the data ingestion is very interesting, the disease surveillance. Those are really important, but so let's get them down and put them into this roadmap or this map up and see what can be achieved. And I believe the project has a lifespan. So in case we've accomplished this, could we be able to, after 5 years, if it's done, maybe things can continue and there are already other stakeholders who are ready to put in their energy, their money, their time, and proceed that. So that is one thing which I really wanted to emphasize on. Otherwise, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you so much. And we also faced challenge to get everything correct, but I have seen the insistence on the Lab is going to spark. Actually, that's our target. Is just need to spark out innovations and also getting issues related to AI started, but also it's like also joining what Dr. Dina has said, that evidence-based policies is also one of the contributions that we are looking for. We understand the Anglophone Africans, few countries have policies and regulations, and it's our understanding that this project will also contribute in a way the development of evidence-based policies that addresses challenges that we are facing. So thank you, Dennis. We'll keep in touch in case we missed anything, because the recording is there, and we also have staff who are taking notes on all the discussion that are going on, both in person and online. So this is also an indication that everything's and input that is given out will be taken on board, and see how we can shape out our objectives, and later on how we can reach to the targets that was intended. So this meeting had 2 purposes. One is to go to the public and say that it's now we have the Artificial Intelligence for Development's Africans Anglophone Multidisciplinary Research Lab that is hosted by the University of Dodoma and the Nelson Mandela on behalf of the Africa's Anglophone region. So that message is I think has been sent out very clear. And we had our guest of honor, the Deputy Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Information, Communications and Information Technology. But the second objective is also to have stakeholder engaged, because we need to make it discuss or give out the input, then we'll be given the mic. Welcome, Luzango.
Thank you, Dr. Matugor, once again. I think from my side, just listening to colleagues' input, I would like the center to amplify the following aspects of the center operation. First of all, anything to do with AI recently has been marred by the issues
Luzango, we are struggling to hear your voice. You are not audible enough. Maybe I'm not sure if it's we are also trying to check internal here.
Can you hear me now?
Add your voice and see.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, you can speak.
Okay, thank you. So I would like the center to amplify the following aspects. Having listened to the contribution from the PIs and other colleagues, I strongly believe that you need to put more emphasis on the issue of AI ethics, considering what have been happening around the world recently. People have been using AI tools to manipulate results, which culminate to a lot of conflicts in various sectors. So maybe the center should consider having someone or putting more emphasis on controlling and maybe passing some policies to make sure that the ethics aspect of the research work is being taken care of. The second aspect that I would like you to put more emphasis on is the issue of privacy, because, for example, when you're dealing with healthcare type of research and development, you'll be dealing with personal data of people involved in your research. So how do you envisage to make sure that the privacy of the participants is being protected? In other countries, there's some Personal Information Protection Act passed. I'm not sure in Tanzania if that act is there, but I believe maybe the center can maybe advise the government on this, so that in the future we don't get held liable for maybe violating some people's privacy. The third aspect that I would like you to also put more emphasis is the issue of linkage with the industry. I echo the contribution from the colleague from Kenya, I believe, who mentioned the issue of making sure that the research is beyond the lab. You need to make sure that the industry, especially the SMME, is involved in the R&D work. Otherwise, this will be like any other research work done by the universities and then just end in the shelves and lose the entire intended objective. The fourth aspect is, I'm not sure, maybe because I joined late, but what are the expected deliverables for each of the thematic track or areas as presented earlier? I couldn't get it. Are you expecting these thematic areas, the healthcare, the environmental, and the digital work, to produce tools or policy, maybe papers or commercialization? So it is not very clear. Maybe you could also amplify that so that we can attract more stakeholders, because if it is not very clear, we will not be sure what to contribute on. As you know, there have been a lot of this kind of initiatives which at the end of the day, they don't produce any tangible results. So maybe putting more emphasis on this, trying to spread the word, saying this is what will be the expected deliverables for each of these thematic areas. If it is product development, if it is policy aspect or commercialization, you know, I think it will put more cherry on the cake. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And your input appreciated, Ruzango, and I know as one of the key stakeholder, we keep engaging. PI, do you have something? Maybe you can respond to some of the issues related to what Ruzango have mentioned, and also what Dennis mentioned in his previous, a special linkage to the industries. Seem like a very critical input from this.
Thank you, Dr. Yabera, as well as thank you very much, Dr. Ruzango, first for joining us, and second for giving us those very useful and insightful contributions. And I would like to briefly respond on two issues that you have raised. One is collaborating with the industry. And as I've said earlier, that we really need, and this is actually our dying need, to collaborate with the stakeholders. And that's why we have also invited collaborators and stakeholders from the industry, academia, and public institutions. So we really need to collaborate with these people. And we do believe that the success of this project lies on collaborating with other people from different sectors. That's one. And you are also the witness of this, of just asking to collaborate with CSIR. And we appreciate that you accepted that we can also collaborate with CSIR. But second, you asked about what would be the deliverables of the project. And speaking from the pillars of the project, we talked about this project is based on 3 pillars. One is research, innovation, and the training. So based on research, ideally, normally could say that the end products of the research is publications. So we do expect to have several publications based on the thematic areas of the project. So this is one of the deliverables of the project. We really need to have some useful publications. But at the end of the day, we are not just going to end up with publications, but we really need to have the publications that at the end of the day can be converted to practical or deployable AI-driven solutions. So this is the second deliverable. We'll need to have some tools that can be deployed and at the end of the day can be commercialized. So this is the second deliverable of the project. But the other deliverable of the project is data sets. If we don't have our own African origin data sets and rely with data sets outside Tanzania or outside Africa, then you cannot make it. At the end of the day, we'll end up having some biased AI models, ML models. So the other contribution of the project is to have the data sets. We cannot say that we're going to produce the new data set, but at least we need to contribute to the African origin data sets. So this is another deliverable. This is the third deliverable of the project. But there is this issue of policy, which has also been raised by Dr. Dina. As the lab, we are going to see how we can contribute to either it's policy development or policy reform or whatever. So in anyhow, we shall have something to contribute to the policy. So in a nutshell, these are the 4 key deliverables of the project. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. And all the inputs are being recorded. And in case we miss anything, we will also reach out to every participant attending and giving out. And I understand in the room we have Esa Mohammed. Esa is working on Tanzania AI Lab, which inspired to empower anyone in Tanzania to access the potential of AI for the growth of themselves and the nation. Tanzania AI Lab exists to bring together and connect those passionate in AI and social impact to work together in facing the challenges around us. And Tanzania AI Lab is one of the vision is community of problem solvers using AI technology in Tanzania. They are using user-centered approach, and we see some synergies between the artificial intelligence for development, Africa's Anglophone Multidisciplinary Research Lab. That's why we thought it's important from the beginning of the project to engage the Tanzania AI Lab, which is also a community of AI enthusiasm. And we are happy that Esa was able to join us. And we're also engaging other AI community like AI Kenya community. And we appreciate anyone participating in any AI community in Anglophone Africa. The room is open for anyone to join. Maybe I can give a floor to Esa to share out and even the extent of giving out some of the issues that we can take on board. As most of the discussion we can hear that academia industry collaboration is something which is very critical. And we think having Tanzania AI Lab community as part of our inputs and also as part of our key stakeholder was also a strategic decision for the lab. So Esa, welcome.
So thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'm going to start by saying this. I will be very biased in a lot of my point of view because I don't come from a very academia background. I've worked mostly in the community space with a lot of startups, innovators. And part of the areas of focus there is the application. It's less on the research, more on the okay, let's build with it. How do we get the knowledge and skills to build with it? So from a community point of view, the most interesting aspect has been the capacitating of people involved, as well as the commercialization. And basing off the beginning topic, the infrastructure, actually one of the questions that I wanted to raise was, I understand the research lab's prerogative is research, naturally, it's in the name, but what might there be plans of in the future to open up some of the infrastructure that's being developed towards communities of problem solvers? We see there are many communities around, and at the beginning we understand the infrastructure may not have the capacity to hold all communities out there, sure, but it can be a good first step to making some of these resources available. And here we were talking about with my colleague that cloud infrastructure potentially, and how can we leverage these other opportunities to enable these resources to developers, independent, or even those who haven't attended any form of formal education, and still provide them with the context and tools to build AI in responsible ways. The ethics side of the conversation is very important because of the unintended consequences. And that's where some form of a structured education will be important to frame the problems and understanding in a way that anyone building with the technology still considers its implications and the necessary consequences around it when deploying and building with it as well. And then on the other side of the conversation is what might there be plans of for the commercialization? Like, we understand that commercialization of research is a very interesting area and has a lot of potential, but how do we plan to commercialize? Because let's not sugarcoat it, universities aren't the best known for commercialization of technologies. They're very good at their research, their academia, producing scholars, yes. So what's the pipeline and plan to transition these research to commercial products or forms of intellectual property that can be licensed? Or is it going to be startups? It doesn't have to be a startup. It can just be patents that is licensed, a form of technology, a subscription, etc. No one's saying to give it out for free, but what could be the sustainability mechanisms around that? And the same would fall on the infrastructure. We're not necessarily saying, give us the infrastructure for free. No, you can charge for it. It's a natural expected expense. So those are my biases from a community background point of view. But naturally, we are very excited to be part of this process and see how we can contribute. And at the same time, we do still understand that this is primarily a research-based interest, and communities are typically more on informal drivings and informal development. But where could we find a merge and overlap between those two elements is what we're very interested in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esa, and your points are very, very strong. And I happen to work with the community, and I understand what you mean. So for a community, the end product is the focus. And in the academia, the process is also critical. So I think we also find a balance on that. Yeah, in terms of infrastructure, when we are discussing with my colleague, Anton Faustin, we agreed that the infrastructure we're mentioning here is purposely for research and development. But we also understand that the project has a vision of commercializations of the AI projects, especially from the startups and community working on AI. So I think we are taking on board on this, and maybe Mr. Ferej, the coordinator of the digital economy, who is also responsible for commercialization and innovation for AI solutions, could comment on top of this, and then we are going back to Ruzango for his input. Welcome, Ferej.
Okay, thank you for contribution from Elsa. As you have said, we have to find a balance between the academia and the community working on the AI. And also we know in our project also we'll have some other activity that also attract the community, like the innovation challenge and something like that. And also even how to choose a platform to implement the AI. If you focus on the research, there are some platform like PyTorch that focus much or it simplify the product in the research base. But if you look at a platform like TensorFlow, is based on the commercialization or deployment of the product. So we take that the challenge of the board or how to find the balance. But if we want to develop a community, so even the approach has to change. So even the platform of AI development has to change. But also if have the activity like the PhD and other research-based activity, we work on some approaches that facilitate the results that is reliable in academia phase. So to conclude, I can say we take that on board and we'll find how we can have a pipelines and also how can we have the patents and to promote the patents or the API in general and the issue of those startups. And how can we now have in the innovation space? We have the lab, how can we promote that? So to start with, we have that, for example, the UDOM AI community. If you take that those community, just for example, only for UDOM, it's concentrated much, not only for academia, is to develop the product, a simple product to solve the community challenge. So it's there, also not well documented. So I can say the team and the stakeholder, as we partner and collaborate, we take all of that on board. Maybe to add up also, we have the Dr. Mongi, if I don't think if here, from the UDOM Center for Innovation and Commercialization. We have, maybe it's out now. Yeah, but we have that also, even in our UDOM structure. We have the center that deal purposely and also to have even the policy to promote innovation and commercialization. So we just have informal talks with a coordinator on how can have now formal and have as a plan how the lab can collaborate with the existing tools or those innovation space that we have before even secure this fund. So we look how we can do it well, collaborate, not only from the external stakeholder, even within the academia sphere. It just comes with for example, here we have a lot of space. Even you have the e-government innovation space. So can you see how we can collaborate all of that? Just to mention but few.
Thank you so much, Feraj. And maybe this is a call out to all community within the Africans Anglophone region. We are ready to collaborate and partner with anyone interested to work with us. We understand the region is so huge and maybe the funding period may not be enough, but we understand also that this is just the beginning. The lab will be there for a stay, and anyone interested to collaborate and support any of the activities. Sometimes we are mentioning about the scope, but we would even appreciate having beyond the scope of this project once we bring more funding and more stakeholders. So the room is open, and we are ready to collaborate with anyone. I also saw Ibrahim from Capital Space. Capital Space is one of the innovation and incubation space in Dodoma. And while we are taking input from Ruzango, Ibrahim, you can also be ready, and after that you can pass the mic behind you. Someone also want to speak once you are done. So Ruzango, welcome. You can now unmute Ruzango and have input from him. Thank you, Ruzango, for your constructive input and your active participation to this engagement. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Matogoro, once again. So I think from my side, if I summarize what we've been discussing, and from the input we've just received from the industry stakeholders, I believe the center will be more efficient if you add at least two additional, not necessarily thematic areas, but additional functions. Since the first key or core functions are more on the research and development, and the inputs that we've been receiving so far highlight the importance of commercialization and the industry participation, as well as the policy, ethics, and privacy issues in AI. My suggestion is the PI should consider to add these two. They can be just functions, not necessarily thematic areas. The issue on policy, ethics, and privacy. Maybe you can have that function, as well as the issue of commercialization and industry participation, so that the researchers can focus on research on those key thematic areas, while the lab can also have a smooth interaction with the government, especially on the policy and ethic areas, and as well as the private sector and industry participation. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for the researchers to concentrate on research and development at the same time interacting with the industry. I think the experience have shown that you really need to give the researchers a space to do their work, as the deliverable require that they need to produce good research papers, products. But at the same time, you also need to make sure the industry is not left behind. You need participation from the industry from the get-go. Otherwise, you develop things which will not have any meaningful impact in the market, in the industry. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Dean.
Community and industry. Yeah. I would add community as well. Community and industrial linkage, because it is the community that provides students that will be enrolled for the master's or PhD. It is the community that provides people who will work in the industry. So we also need the community. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Dean and Dr. Ruzango. This has seemed to be a very constructive input, and on behalf of the team, we are taking it on board. Maybe, okay, Esa, you had something? Okay,
yeah, just
welcome.
a quick comment to make things easier based on the earlier comment. So in the morning, as I introduce myself, I come here wearing very many hats of different organizations. So first, from the community point of view, the Tanzania AI Lab and community is very happy to support the community-driven engagements necessary to let the research focus on the research. And we look at how we can support that engagement and to get into a partnership discussions or such after. Secondly, I also currently represent an organization called the Tanzania Ai Labs, which is a venture studio. Basically, they're an incubator for technology, AI and blockchain and smart technology startups, and look at commercialization and scale of these types of technologies. And they're an African-based company, not just Tanzania, South Africa, Nigeria, Zambia, many countries. So we are also willing to look at partnership opportunities there to support that commercialization process, and also potentially provide seed funding for the startups and products that could come out of the research. So I'm happy to engage in those discussions as well.
Thank you so much, Esa, and that is also an impression that the session is very successful, and this is a very good sign of collaboration. So we are ready also to accommodate that. So I understand PI and the co-PI and the entire project team, we take all these discussion, and for tomorrow we'll be also reflecting on all these inputs, but also trying to go back on where we started 6 months back when we were developing the proposal and what were the inputs, and somehow come up with the concrete action plan that will guide the roadmap of the project. I'm not sure if co-PI Professor Shubi will have something to comment on that, because a number of issues has been raised from Dr. Ruzango, Dr. Dina, Esa, and some of them are like comments, just taking on board. Maybe you can also, for the matter of the core team, you can also speak on that and grant that assurance for the community. Thank you. Karib.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Togoro. Yeah, there's several things has been put forward from different participants. Yeah. To start with, or just to comment, there was this issue of plans for commercializations. Yeah, I think it's true that right now the universities are now trying to bridge the gap between the academia and society or other community and industries, and that's why there are units which are nowadays you can see have been established in these universities, like Research and Innovation Unit. And here I had that this is from Nelson Mandela side, and then I had that here University of Dodoma, they have the one of research and commercialization, something like that, or entrepreneurship. So of course, in this on this type of the initialization or the things which have been put forward by the university, is just a matter of trying to bridge the gap between the academia and the society or in other industries. So we understand that we need to do this in a very clear and very what can I say, a proper way. So most of the research which will be done through this lab or through the students and the researchers which we have will need to, of course, one of the stakeholders was saying about the defining the research questions, which of course these things will need to come from the industries or from the society or community rather, so that when the students come, they can even engage or can be working with these industries, so that they can solve the issues which are on that side. So once they come with the solutions, or the innovative solutions, this can be taken forward now to these units which I just mentioned earlier. We can call them technology transfer offices or units, whereby they can be taken through the incubation process, the IPR processes, and the commercialization, so that even through this process, of course, we can have the so-called startups, which later, because through the incubation process and other things, they should have a certain time where before they they graduate so that they can go out to do or to get some startups for their own whatever. So these are the things which can be also done or focused by this project in order to make sure that we don't make ourselves closed inside in silos, but rather we are working with a community and industry outside the academia. Yeah, I think that is what I just wanted to add, because the rest of the things are just comments about AI ethics and policy and privacy, etc. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Shubi. I also have my research colleague, Anton Faustino, online, and he has shared some of the inputs. I think I can just read out. As also part of the project, I also agree on for what Anton is mentioning, that one of the inputs Anton is saying, we have a dedicated work package on innovation and commercialization. So as Ruzango mentioned, just on top of that, we have a dedicated work package that focuses on innovation and commercialization. So we are also taking policy issues as transversal. So we are also taking it on board as part of, as you mentioned. And the second input Anton is saying is our role in this phase is to put in place structure, strategy on intellectual property, as well as business model for AI-based solutions. So is there in a way accepting on all the inputs that has been given out, taking on board community, industry, private sector, as part of the input on what we are also echoing from the previous discussion, that we should also work towards evidence-based policies and regulations. And Anton is also saying, but we have a strategic working package on collaboration and engagement, where we put much emphasis on extensive engagement and collaboration with the key stakeholders. So all of these were mentioned on board. So it's not that we forgotten, but we just shared the core activities and objective for each sections, but we also have around 7 or 8 working packages. So these work packages are very critical for the success of this project. And we appreciate also for the input that has been given. And Anton is also adding that we also have a dedicated work package on developing proof of concept that take into consideration actual business problem from industry. And we are putting much of emphasis on co-creation. So this is a way of just showing that as the team, we are ready, and as from the project design point of view, most of these issues were taken on board as a way to realize that. Welcome, PI, for more additional. And on top of that, Ibrahim and also our colleague will be ready before we take Ruzango online. So Ibrahim, get ready after the PI. Welcome, PI.
Yeah, thank you so much. It is now 2:15. And according to our plan of for the online participants, we say that we'll start from 12:00 hours to 14:00 hours, and we are now 14:00. So I would like to suggest that we allow some 2 or 3 people to speak. I mean, online participants, once they are done, and then we go for the lunch break. And for the in-person participants, we will proceed our discussion thereafter. But ideally, we will still be online if for the online participants, if their schedule will allow, then they can proceed with us. But otherwise, thank you very much in advance. And I would really like to welcome Jerry Kiponyo, if you're there, from Ghana, though you didn't raise up your hand, but we would really like to hear from you. Jerry, if you're there. Yes, Jerry. So I think we only have 10 minutes to end up, and then we go for the lunch break. I think 10 minutes is enough before we go for the lunch break.
Yeah, actually, this is an indication that the meeting's of success and people are not even ready to go for the lunch. So yeah, it's a good indication, PI, so we can have Jerry and then move on.
I think
Jerry, can you unmute your mic? Can you unmute your mic? And yeah, so you're ready there to go. Welcome, Jerry.
I think while we're waiting for Jerry, and we only have 10 minutes before can we please allow Dr. Luzango? Dr. Luzango has left. Jerry, are you there? Well, anyhow, if there is any other online participants, we really need to hear from you, as we are planning to go for the lunch break at 25 minutes past 2. We only have 6 minutes to hear from you. So if you have something to contribute, please raise your hand and let you speak. Well, because, Revo is back. Revo, Professor's back.
Yes.
Yes, Professor, please proceed.
Yes, so my last contribution would be that the research lab, you have the vision, you have the mission. So you have to adhere to that to ensure that what you have planned is reaches the end as planned. But also, my last one will be that during this stakeholder engagement, we have many other contributions that we may feed into your into the planned project. However, you have the objective that you formulated, and possibly you can just spare a small room to modify whatever that you had planned before, and then be much more conscious with well, maybe with the many suggestions that we may input as long as we continue to work. However, if you extend much, that means you might be able to affect your budget and also the deliverables. So you have to ensure that the planned sectors, focus areas that are within the objectives are really met. And if there is a loom, then you can include some other aspect. For instance, I mentioned the issue of energy. This could be a cross-cutting issue, and not necessarily that you have to formulate something to ensure that you you have it as a separate focus area, but it can be addressed through the other objectives or focus areas that are there. So that's how you can, I think if you do that, then possibly you will be able to meet your objectives, but also taking that will improve the objectives that you planned before. So that's my small contribution. And I thank you very much for inviting me to participate. And we are ready to collaborate, and whatever that will be needed from our side, then I promise that we'll be able to provide and be there to assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vokatos, for the very insightful contributions and for opening the doors of collaboration, and we have taken all of your contributions on board. Thank you once again for joining. We still have some 30 minutes to go. Can you say something, please? Dennis, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the time. Just to summarize on my end and just to more emphasize on something, that's from the, I was also part of the AI community, though in the diaspora, in this aspect for the engagement. A lot has been happening, especially with ISA leading the AI community. And it's something which already is taken off. Probably we may have to brief you later, but one thing is about the engagement platform. ISA has more details about it, but it's already established. So I think this reinventing the wheel of how the lab is doing as not only research-based, but looking at it from outside inside, that's from the community. Because most of the power, I could say, is from the community. So there is a good base for that, which could be a very good starting point for that, and to see what meat could be added on that. That's one thing. And the other thing about the AI ethics, it's inevitable. We've seen this going on around, and it's been emphasized. But again, let me emphasize in this aspect, even within this community, let's look outside in the aspect of where it has been successful. There are already organizations which are coming up who are ready to give in their hand. So as we see, the AI ethics does much better when it's looked out from outside, but again, with the support within the inside, how we define the thing. So that is one thing which I would like, because we've seen how even big companies and all that's been a battle. What about in the essence of the community who hold it and for the sake of the community? So these are two things which I really like to highlight. Otherwise, it's been a great time to be part of this engagement stakeholders, and willing to support. I've worked with some of in the community here, and I think we could continue that. Thank you very much for this time, and enjoy your lunch.
Thanks a lot, Dennis, for sparing your time and join us. And you have mentioned about the engagement platforms. You mentioned also ESA, and ESA has agreed to collaborate with us, and we thank that very much. And also mentioned about the ethics AI. Actually, it's an agenda of the lab to, to consider the responsible AI. And I do believe that ethics falls within the responsible AI. So we'll take all of these on board. Thank you very much, Dennis, for having your time with us, and have a nice day. Jerry, you are back. Are you there? We have just 2 minutes for you, and then we break for the lunch. Jerry? So anyhow, we'll find the other best ways to get to your contributions, Jerry. Wow, you are in, right? Can you please unmute your mic, and if you're facing some difficulties, you can just send a message there and can at least know how to figure the situation. Anyhow, we are failing to get you in, Jerry. Very unfortunate, but we will be back in. We'll be back in 1 hour, and if you'll have time, we'd really love to hear from you. So I let our liaison officer to proceed with the program. Thank you so much.
So thank you so very much, the online participants, to join us in this discussion. It has been a productive discussion. We have had a lot of comments and a lot of contribution from you. And we hope we continue collaborating with you in different areas. I know some of the participants here, for instance, Dennis has done a lot of projects in the area of agriculture. So I hope we continue to collaborate and help in giving a lot of contribution in this lab, in making this lab as an excellent center of excellence in artificial intelligence. And again, we have Ali, who has done a lot in the healthcare. So I believe we continue to collaborate with Ali from Dr. Elsa, health assistant, as one of those important stakeholders. We want to take we want to take this ride with them and be able to realize the dream that we have for the Tanzania and the Anglophone Africa in general. So, and other members who have joined us online and physically here, we appreciate your presence. As for now, we are breaking for lunch. And with the online participants, we would really like to continue with you if you have any time to spare, so that we can have more engagement in the next sessions. But with the in-person participants, we will continue having several discussions and brainstorming. So thank you so much. For those who will be able to join, we welcome you for our next session after 1 hour. Thank you.
discussion, I would call upon all the coordinators of the section to come in front, and then we can moderate the session. We can have a panel discussion with data collection tool that everyone has. Thereafter, we can wind up our session. Our first coordinator to start with the discussion is Mr. Diwan. So Diwan, get your questions ready, and then we can now start the discussion. After Diwan, Nema Mduma. Research is doing that, Sinde, Dr. Sinde. So we, after that, Fereji. So get your tool ready, and then we can have a quick discussion.
All of us. Lakini mwanzoni pia it'll be easy for someone to work on the tables. So the suggestion was, is either we move all of us to, we move in these front tables so that we can sit in one bigger group and be able to discuss. We start discussing one thematic area after the other and get to exhaust the requirements for each and come up with use cases. And if the time allows us to finish them off for today, we can actually allow most of our stakeholders to not to attend for tomorrow's session. But if we won't be able to finish, we can have only an early session morning session tomorrow to wind up. So I request you to move front so that we can start the discussion. Since we are just few of us, initially we were supposed to sit in smaller groups where every thematic area could have their own discussion. But now we have few number of people, so I think it will be more productive if we stay together in one one bigger group. So you can come with your chairs around this table and